Just realized that the mic was not on. Okay, now the mic's on. Okay, good thing to realize that. Went to press play on the music and realized the music wasn't playing. Whoa! I wasn't listening to it that loud, I promise. Okay. We got that going. What else do we need to do? Let's do a quick check with the... All right, cool. So it looks like everything's working now. Okay. All right, that's a little too hardcore. We're gonna skip it. And so what I was saying is, we made good progress last night. I was really excited. Finally got all the database tables connected together, and was able to, I think, create a user. Now we have to actually see if that's true. Sorry, it's going to take me a while to break old habits. Create a customer. So we have prospects and we have customers. I was trying to think of what the right term for the trial non-customers are. And, well, I was thinking loss leaders, but that just doesn't have quite a ring to it, you know? So I think prospects is the right way to go. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. So we got customers, we got prospects, but I think the main metric in the software needs to be the credit card. The credit card is the core unit. All right. Quite possibly the most legendary piece of content. There's a video with Prime. Let me see if that actually finished downloading. It looks like it did. And then I have to somehow stitch the audio and the video together because, of course, the video and audio come separately. Of course. Is there a way to do that VLC? Sorry, we're going to take a quick tangent. Let's see if this is true. Multiple files. Cool. All right. And there's probably a pretty simple way to piece that stuff together. All right, so let's go prospecting. I was looking at the NMI documentation too. They've made it so much nicer. A lot of their videos are still really ugly and old, but you know, it's amazing how much, I mean, like, take a look at, let's see if I can get the other one up real quick. Let's look at the previous iteration of the NMI that existed for the last 10 years versus this one. If I can get it up. Where's that? I had it. It's like, I don't know what that one's about. I gotta get back to it. Integrate payments. Here we go. Let's go to API. Or is it not? Documentation. Here we go. All right, so this is NMI. Wait. Okay, this is NMI now. This is NMI previously. It's the same documentation. You know, if we go into any of it, or I guess maybe it's not. Hold on, I want the API reference. Okay, here's the API reference. Same documentation. This is the one they were using since 1997 until about last month. And this is the new one. They just added styles. If we go to any of the payments API, ACH sale, then we go over here and we go to payment API, examples, documentation, where's the ACH? Okay, maybe they actually did do a big update on the documentation as well. Anyway, it's going to be pretty much the same thing. They just add a little touch of CSS to it, just a little kiss of CSS to it, and it makes a huge difference. Just to have a little color, just to, you know, not go stark black, just a little gray on the text, you know, it makes it nicer. Anyway. Okay. Where are we at? Node, Postgres. I don't think I actually need that right now. We're going to close that one out. I'm going to close out a bunch of these. This one I'm going to save for later. Am I saving this for later? What was this? Capture alternatives. Yeah, I was looking at CAPTCHA. But I think instead of CAPTCHA, I'm thinking to just do WebAuthn, because I think that's actually going to be really, really good. There's definitely going to be ways to fake WebAuthn in the near future. But as of right now, WebAuthn is not very faked. I mean, people are still struggling to implement it. It still doesn't, you know, we still have the Android problem. Let's see if I can push this out a little bit. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, so we got Fluid Pay. Do I have anything else here? Yeah. I got HCAPTCHA. HCAPTCHA looks good. I just want something that I can pay money for. Is that so much to ask? Is it so much to ask to be able to say, hey, can I pay money for this? Can I just pay money? Can I buy it? Can I buy the thing? Do you have the thing that you would take my money? I hate this free and subscription crap. Just take my money. Like, is it really, you know, is it really that worth it? You could have everybody as your customer. Just charge something reasonable, you know? Like, it's $10 a year for up to 10 million requests. Who wouldn't pay that? Who wouldn't be like, okay, yeah, I'm on board. Instead, it's like, well, you know, we got a free tier, but if you want to pay us, you better call up and be ready for enterprise pricing, baby. And let me tell you, enterprise pricing, it's not just something you can buy. But, you know, let me pay $99 and then run the service myself and update it every so often. You know, and then in today's world now you can't just run the service, you need access to the models. But all the same, where model doesn't refer to database, model refers to the training data that they use to detect this is what a bot moves like, this is what a person moves like, etc. Anyway. All right, so I'm going to pretty much carry on with where I left off. I'm expecting if I just run this again, it should fail. Error. Excellent. And the failure should be cannot handle recurring guest checkout. That's exactly the error I expected. So let's go ahead and connect to the database. And take a look at the tables and let's select star from credit cards. And we've got one credit card. It looks perfect. Except, can I get the /G? No? Is it /G? Ah, it's because I'm using the... This is the problem. This is the problem with using the... okay, we're gonna do this. Can I use... What P-SQL version do I have? 14? Okay, I think... Could be wrong. I think that'll work over here. Okay, 14. All right. So these are the same version. Great. So what I should be able to do, I'm going to go off screen for a second. I'm going to copy over some credentials. Let me go over here. Okay, I've got the credential copied. Now I need to put it into my local PG pass. That's weird. Okay, I actually need... I need to grab my own PG Essentials repo and... PG Essentials. Okay, GitHub. I miss the days when you could put up some new content and it would be immediately available. Okay. Okay, and then what am I doing that? So I've cloned this locally. All right, there we go. PSQL store credential. Okay. And then from there, let's see. I gotta set up the tunnel as well. All right, so the problem that I have now is that I need to connect to BNNA 1 or BNNA Pay 1 with Postgres. Hey, what's up? Whoa, why is my Vim thing not working? That's sad. But I'll give you the link in just a second. Let me finish up trying to figure out what's going on here. All right, go to this one. Okay, forward. All right, so I think all I have to do is SSH PG, and then I should be able to go into PSQL. Connect. Yes. All right, sweet. All right, so now with my new superpower, if I do select star from credit cards, whoops, now I should be able to use \G. What? Is it? Okay, I wonder if it's the version of Postgres on the server doesn't support it then. Does it not \G? \G? Oh, is it that there can't be a space? What? I'm so confused. Why is \G not working? It might be the Postgres server isn't built with support for it, which would be a pity, but whatever. Anyway, okay, so here we are. I'm on my local machine now. And I'm able to take a look at select customers, select star from customers. Okay. But the \G is supposed to change the format from being horizontal to vertical so you can actually see everything. So it looks less like a spreadsheet and more like a web form. Let's see. Oh, the GX? Oh, did I mess that up? Okay, weird. Weird. All this time, I thought I'd been doing it on Postgres with \G. I could have sworn I had been. Anyway, all right. So here you go. Now you can see. Store that in my notes. And then expanded display is on. Okay. Yeah, that's what I prefer much of the time. Okay. All right. So I also want to create a view. Let's see. Let me go find that query that I did earlier, and I'm going to create a view for it. I'm going to get out of this right now. Okay. 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 Also, I need to correct something that I said a while back. Okay, no, I want to search. No, I want tweets. Dang it. Okay, let me try this again. We're going to go to advanced search. What is it? There we go. Search advanced. Okay, let's do the search. I could have sworn. I don't know how long ago this was. Ah, whatever. I'll just tweet it again. Okay. All right. I'm going to take this. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to doctor this up over on Carbon and post that. Can we get a sequel? All right, one dark. I think that's what I did most recently. Normally I go with shades of purple. I think I like one dark. Let's do one dark for a little bit. You know, I kind of do want to purchase Dracula Pro. I wonder what the cost is. It's probably something like $59 a month. Call for enterprise pricing. Like, let me pay $10. Sure, I'll do it. I should see what it is. It's probably, this is the problem. It's probably a subscription. That's the problem. Okay, so Carbon, downloads, temp. Vertical rows. Let's see what MS SQL has. Let's see. Oh, that sounds terrible. All right, let's ask ChatGPT. What are the SQLite, MS SQL, and other database equivalents of these for showing vertical results? Oh, really? Huh. I don't know about that. Yeah, that doesn't work for me. Okay, we're going to stick with these. All right, there we go. Boom! So, here's the tweet if you want it. All right, cool. So we got that down. Excellent. Saved for posterity. I need to get that on Webby as well. I could have sworn I've done \G in Postgres. I could have sworn. I mean, I could be wrong. I could have sworn. I could have sworn it's worked in Ubuntu. Maybe they have an alias for it or something that they bring in, you know. Okay, what is with that? Do you see that? That is AI. That is 100% AI. How do I turn off the AI? Why is it? Do you see the flag? Do you see the shadow on the flag? That is not a real shadow. That is AI. There is no change in the light source. How do I turn the AI off? Okay. Presenter overlay. AI off. How do I turn off the AI touch-up? Ah! Why? Why is AI ruining my life? Ah, that's just so frustrating. You see it? And this is new. Look at that. That is AI, my friends. That is not the video camera. That is AI. Because the video camera is set. Ah. You know, this, like, it's a video camera. It's not a webcam. It's an actual video device. And I can't actually see the preview on the camera, but I know that the camera didn't used to do that. It's some update to Mac OS or... Oh, that's bothering me so much. That's bothering me so much that the background has a fake shadow. Why? Why, Apple? Why? I mean, it doesn't look good. In what world stop doing it? Stop. Oh well. Okay. So good news is, yes, it looks like we're getting what we expect. Ugh. So I'm going to go to queries. This is the customer's query. Add card. Register. Add address. Set address type. Add fingerprint. Register customer. I don't think we're doing that one. Are we doing that one? Add fingerprint. Add credit card. Register authenticator. Oh, I think I moved all of these out. Okay, the authenticator one is this one right here. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to create this as a view. Let's see here. Okay. Do. All right, so we're going to turn this into a view. I think we just do a create view on this. All right, so we're going to have V. Okay, so I think this is correct. Create or replace this as, and then we just get rid of the where. And then I guess actually we don't get rid of the where as much as we move it into here. Okay, so we're going to take this and we're going to put that into our pipe and smoke it. That's how we do. Oh, it's probably create or replace view. Okay, so now if I go back over here, I select star from V, GX. Okay. We don't have the card network. We got a customer ID, a customer handle. You know what I'd like to get in here, though? I would also like to get in here the card token for the customer. Which, oh, that's essentially what this is. Yeah, okay. Authenticator. Verified. Okay. That's not essentially what that is. Well, actually, that is what that is. Authenticator type, authenticator value. Okay. I would like to maybe select the UUID as base 64. Let's ask Jippity. Jippity, where you at, babe? All right. How do I select a UUID column as base 64 in Postgres? I think I would prefer to do that. And then what we'll do is we'll actually UUID send. What does that mean? Okay. And I want to reverse it as well. Okay. In the feature, everybody can code using ChatGPT. In the future, well, you got to know. I think there's a little bit of a paradox. Okay. GPT. I think some people have said something like GPT is a junior developer operating at 10x speed. You know, it's like, hey, go put this thing together for me, and it can do it pretty quickly. It's quicker than me looking it up at search and then coming back to it. It's not going to be right a lot of the time, but it's rough draft stuff. You know, it's really good at common boilerplate that everybody does, especially if you do it the way that everybody does it, which I don't. But it's got a lot of memories, and so it's learning my code style and whatnot. Anyway. Okay. All right, sweet. So we can reverse the bytes before we do the encode. How's that going to help us? Yeah. Okay, I'm actually gonna do this. We're gonna see how this works. Do I want to encode the reverse bytes? I think I want to encode the reverse bytes. That's what I want to do. Let's see if it works. This is just going to help with visualizing this. Okay, authenticator value. Oh no! So the problem here is that this one is not actually... Okay. How can I convert a string to a UUID? In the database. Hopefully... Okay, good. UUID. Okay, great. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Oh, we can't do that. We can't do that universally. Okay, so what I need to do then is the other thing I was going to do. Hold on. And say, all right, let's get the... There is a credit card customers CCCust. Here we go. So CCCust is going to have the host credit card token. And what exactly that means, we can talk about when you're older. Well, behold my power. No. All right, Postgres, reverse by day. Oh, that sounds terrible. Yeah, I don't like things that require database functions. Because database functions are very hard to understand. Okay, so we're going to do away with the reverse. All right. But I want to replace the view. There we go. I don't know what was so hard about create or replace view, but all right, there we go. Oh, and can we make that web safe base 64? Yeah, it's gonna be a PETA. Replace, replace, replace. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna try it. It's just for funsies right now. Although I need to get past funsies and be doing stuff that's high value, but just I'm gonna humor myself for a moment. Yeah, it's just as I suspected. Wait, there's too many replaces? There's not enough replaces? Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. We all know it. Everybody knows it. It's the best thing you've ever seen. Don't pretend like it isn't. All right. That still did not work. Drop view, create view. Oh, right. Because it's doing regular expressions, and that's not what this is doing. It's not regular expressions. There is nothing that matched that. Okay, cool. All right. That works. So what we would put in front of here is like CC underscore. Okay. Oh, it was a regex replaced there. But that's okay. We don't need regex replaced anyway. What's up, Big Daddy? How you doing? Who's your daddy now, huh? I'm going to have to change my name to Antonio if I'm going to talk like that. That the A is going to have to switch to being Antonio. Well, actually, no, I can just keep what I've got going because I'm your cousin Vinny. Everybody knows it. So my name is actually Alvin. Little secret, don't tell my friends, but my name's actually Alvin. So I am your cousin Vinny. Okay. So all these things with the customer ID and whatever, when we get them out of the database, almost exclusively, I want to convert them. And I'd like to convert them on the database side. I may actually make functions for this. So Yeah, they need to be converted during the select. Also, I'd prefer to use base 32. Let's see, is there a base 32 built in? I prefer Crockford base 32, but just for the sake of it. All right. So yeah. Let's see. So base 32 is something that's extremely well understood. So I have a high degree of confidence that it's actually going to be able to produce this. Not super high, but pretty high. It's not 100%, but it's like 90, 95%. Like, so it's important. Yeah, okay, I like this. All right. So add the ability. No, we don't need the ability. Yeah. Add the ability to add a prefix to the final output. That's going to rewrite the whole thing. It's kind of annoying that it does that, but it's context window stuff. Okay. May I ask what you're doing? Yes. So I am working on payment gateway processing. So you can think, for example, you could use this with Stripe. So for your business, if you actually want to make money, which I know that most organizations don't these days, most organizations want to be an investment opportunity. But let's say you were old school and you thought, like, what if I made a product or did a service and I took money, like real money, from somebody who worked rather than from the Fed? And, you know, like that kind of thing. So this will, well, I'm not building it for Stripe right now. I'm building it for FluidPay. But, you know, the difference between Stripe and FluidPay is just, well, FluidPay is a lot easier to work with. But other than that, you know, like I'm sure there's going to be a few caveats where, because Stripe, you don't have control over your bank account or over your customers or over really anything, you know, like when Stripe freezes you, you're just done. But with a payment gateway that uses FluidPay, because Stripe is the software, and also it's the company that's owned by Visa that captures credit cards from people paying for stuff. FluidPay is a company that sells the same software, but to businesses so that they can get income. So that very different methodology. Visa owns Stripe, wants to get the credit cards processed. FluidPay owns software, wants businesses to pay them money so that the money goes from the customer to the business. Very different mindset and goal. So anyway, but it should, the stuff I'm working on for this payment gateway stuff, it should be adaptable to any payment gateway. There's probably, 5 or that are worth supporting, but we're just going to start with FluidPay because we're concerned about making sure that at the end of the day that we get the money and we know where the money is. So if you have a merchant account with a bank, like that basically just means you have a business account that has a credit line on it. It's like Wells Fargo, Chase, insert name of bank here. You just you actually, the agreement is directly between the bank, you, credit card company, and the payment gateway. So you have to fill out a little bit more paperwork, and it takes a business day to process. But then you actually have a legal contract with these parties. Your account's just not going to get frozen by some whim because the algorithm got tickled or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, receiving money. That's what we're working on here. But anyway, I was doing this thing. Let's see how this works. Create a replace function. Let me try this. We're just going to see how it works. Whoop. All right, set, paste. Okay, so we've got the, and I'm going to go ahead and put the drop function here. Okay, it forgot to quote the identifiers. All right, let's see if this works. So we're going to take this one. And we're going to create another one. And it's going to be we're going to see how to use this here. Let me see what it taught me. One of the things I love about GPT is it allows you to program in languages that you don't know. So, like, I can read this, but I can't write it. And now I can write SQL functions even though I can't write SQL functions. So I like that. Because learning SQL dialects is not my forte. Okay, so I'm going to take this one. Oh, that was supposed to be 64. Ah, I keep on typing the wrong number. All right, let's see if we can do this. Okay, what did I do wrong? Did I copy the wrong function? Did I copy the one up here rather than the one right here? Okay, let's try this one. I think I copied the wrong function. So it's okay, we're gonna... Dang it, I thought I had paste mode set on. Okay, there we go. Oh, we got a little bit of a problem here, huh? Why are we... Okay. Drop view if exists. Drop function if exists. Pretty sure that's going to be an identifier there. We're just going to see what happens if I swappy doodle this. I get this error. Hopefully this will point me in the right direction. Okay. Oh, okay. Whoopsie daisies. Whoopsie daisies. Okay, cool. Probably shouldn't always use cascades in the real world, but... It's weird. Like, I think I have two SQL formatters fighting against each other somehow. One that's saving on quit and the other one that's saving on save. So that one's doing that. But then when I open it back up again, you see what I'm saying? Or one of them's auto formatting on open. Something I've got some conflicting something or other going on here. Okay, that kind of makes sense. But this one is correct. Anyway, I'll figure that out. I installed a few different formatters and I was trying to get things to work, but then they weren't working, and you know how it goes. No! Okay, so it did not do it right. I might need to break this down into a few different things. Well, actually, I mean, it was pretty close. The reversing the bytes is about as simple as it can get. You know, reverse the bytes and then put it into base 32. So let me see if I can figure out. Sometimes if you give this stuff to GPT, it corrects itself. But typically, if it gets it wrong, like trying to get it to fix it, you're just going to have to understand the code. Line 20 at assignment. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out what line 20 is. I don't know if that means line 20 of the function. It's probably not line 20 of the file. This looks about right. But this is so for I and 1 to loop length. Seems like that should have just been 0 to length loop. But, you know, this would have to be 0 in order to get to -1. So that's where that's a little confusing. 1 through... So I think it should just be 0 through 0 and not do the -1. I don't know why it's doing the -1 everywhere. There might be a good reason for it that I don't understand. But we probably need to make sure that, like, if the bytes is greater than, you know, if So this is total bit count. Let's see if it fixes it. Wait. Is that really line 20? I don't know if that's the case. All right, let's try it again. Oh, look, this time it did 0 to length minus length minus 1. Okay. So this may be correct. I don't know. We'll see. This is the problem when you get into a language that you don't really understand. If it gets it right on the first try, like I was hoping and expecting it would, you're golden. But then, you know, debugging a language you don't know and trying to understand it, you know, and when you're doing an algorithm and da-da-da-da-da. All right. Line 25 at assignment. Okay. All right, how about this? We'll do it this way. Okay. Write a function. Well, let's try this. Write a PGSQL function that reverses a byte EA, a byte array. Okay, let's see how this works. So we'll have this one. Maybe I will check that Stack Overflow. I don't think this is the right one. Let's just look for something that does the job. Okay. I don't understand the 1 to byte length. I don't understand that. Are Postgres byte arrays 0 indexed or 1 indexed? One indexed. Okay. All right. think that's going to be correct. Okay, so let's just see. Let's not do this one yet. Oops. Apparently my commenter doesn't understand SQL. What can you do? All right, so let's not do that one yet. Let's just say, okay, we got UUID send reverse bytes. Let's just focus on that piece. Now let's see if that works. Okay, that seems to not work at all. All right, this is a rabbit hole I need to stop going down soon. Okay, return reversed bytes. Maybe I need to check what get byte does. Maybe I should have left it substring for I from 1. From I for 1. Oh. Okay, let's see about this. Okay, so definitely not working. All right, let me try again. I'm going to see if we can find another one. No. Okay. So what I'm getting here is maybe... Oh no, security warning.
Your IP address was used.
There we go. Come on, I need a function I can copy here. Everybody's got this, but this obviously looks wrong. I just can't believe that that's correct. Is this really... Yeah, I have a hard time believing that that's the correct solution here. Okay, let's think about this. See, I don't know the syntax here. Okay, we got the byte length. We're going to go 1 to the byte length. We're going to reverse the bytes. We're going to sum string. We're going to concatenate the reverse bytes. I don't know if substring really makes sense here. All right, we're going to try this one more time. I'm just going to try directly in the database. And then I'm going to try directly what it suggests here. Yeah, that did not work. Okay, how about this? Change the function so that it declares another byte A of the same size and then fills each index of that byte A in reverse. Let's see if we can do that. Meanwhile, I'll continue to look for something to help me out here. If somebody else knows, feel free to tell me. All right, I'm going to look at this one again. I'm going to look at not that one, because these are just copying. They're just copying each other. Yeah, that just I don't like that. But somebody said they had a function, right? I don't want to do it in Python. All right, let's see what this guy came up with here. His solution already looks more promising. It looks simpler. I like things that look simpler a lot of times. They're not always right. Sometimes they're very, very wrong. But they make us feel good inside. Okay. Oh! Messed it up. This looks similar to that other guy's answer, but without creating a table, just having a function to do it. All right, so let's try this one and see if it works or not. Okay. It's doing something. I'd like to try it without reversing and double reversed. So let's try this. Forward. No, this would... Okay. Reverse. So we'll get rid of this part here. And then we'll do the reverse reverse. Because the reverse reverse will hopefully be the same as the forward, right? Okay, so here's the forward one. We don't have the byte reverse. There's the reversed one. And then here's the reverse reverse. Okay. So there we are. I don't think anything's wrong here. It says type UUID send does not exist. I wasn't trying to specify it as a type. Okay, so there I got rid of a comma by mistake is what it looks like. All right. Let's try this again. Okay, so there's forward, there's reverse, there's reverse, reverse. So looks like we got something working there. All right. So now let's take that and then let's say we're going to do so this is how we get it more correct by breaking things down. Have it do less, have there be less context. So sorry, GPT lost. The other one won. Would GPTs have been more performant? I mean, this looks like it's about as simple as you can get. I do want to try this as well. So I'm going to replace this one and then just see if we get the same result. It is nice to be able to try two different algorithms and then see that the results are the same. But this one did not work. Okay. Okay, that's the one I was just looking at. Okay, there we go. So with this one, I want to try the other mechanism. So now if we select it, the reverse, reverse. Okay, these two match. Okay, so Jippity's latest wins. That did work. Now, which of those is more performant? It would be interesting. I'd like to get GPT's perspective on which one's more performant. I don't think that it's going to matter that much, but now GPT is often completely and utterly, insatiably wrong. But let's just get its thoughts. And then adding code blocks actually does help it understand context better. Okay, so this one's probably the better one. Okay, I don't think this had string oh, this does have string manipulation. Okay, got it. Okay. All right, so let's try this then. Let's say I'd be interested in the performance to see if it's drastically different, like 10x or something, you know? All right, next we're going to do that Crockford thing. Okay, of course I got something wrong. Probably spelled something wrong. Okay, so the other one I spelled... Oh, there we go. Okay, so jury's out. But they both produce the same result, so that's promising. Okay, so next thing is, now let's break it down and have it do the... All right, write a PLPG SQL function that converts there. So we'll compose the functions rather than put them together. And let me see about this. Somebody's got to have written this. Oh, I don't want to do it that way. All right, let's see what Jippity's coming up with. Here, bits. Shift bits. Get the characters out of the array. Got it. I like that. All right. What I'm learning here is what normally I'd say anyway, is that this probably goes into the model. It's probably better to do this type of manipulation there, but I don't know, because here's the thing: if it's got to translate it from UUID, which is a byte array, if it's got to translate it from UUID to hexadecimal with hyphens, and then parse it again, and then translate it, reverse it, and if that stuff's happening in the application land, it like, the thing is, I just don't think that we can know for sure without testing it because it seems intuitive that if you don't have to do all those changes, it should be faster, right? But the problem is we don't actually know. We don't really know. So let's just try this. Oh, I'm surprised that worked without any issue. I copy pasted it right on the first try. Okay. Yeah, okay, look at this. And the space efficiency is pretty good. And then let's just lowercase that, which is easy enough to do. Because we can literally just go through here and then check this out. Look what I learned how to do yesterday. Should have learned this years ago. Shift U, baby. What? It didn't work? What? I thought it was Shift U. Huh. That's weird. That's so weird because let's try here. Okay, so it works there. How do I get it to work here? What? Oh. Okay, all right, let me try this again. So I think that it's just you. Yeah, all right, there it is. Which I was scared to do because that's normally undo, but if you're in visual mode, it means lowercase. Okay, cool. Check that out. So now let's just reverse it. And the reason I want to reverse it is because people tend to look towards the first couple of letters to see if something's the same. That's the only reason to reverse it. Because I just want it to look more distinctively Diffner. So the guess is that the series is slightly faster. Oh, right. I did it in the wrong sequence. That's why. It says that the function doesn't exist for that type. Okay, there we go. So the last few characters are going to tick much more slowly than the first few characters. Ideally, it'd be nice if the way that people see it is very different on both ends, rather than the time component being on either end. But I think, and I could be wrong, and this really doesn't matter. It's totally up for debate or for whatever. Okay, directly concatenate using character strings. Use an array to... Okay, so before it was doing lookups. All right, I like that. So let's see what are the differences here. See, I think I agree with the idea about the immutable strings. String concatenation generally bad. By working directly on the bytes. I would think that using the indexing here would be better. I don't know how that's faster, but I guess it depends on the implementation. Okay, well let's try it. Whoops. So that fly that's been bothering me for the last few days, it finally died. I don't know why. I mean, there's like a trash can full of food for it to eat. But it just died. Good for it, right? It's kind of funny to call it naive because I actually don't know which is naive. Oh, but I do know that I want lowercase. So, I learn about one thing in Vim a year, and I think this case thing is actually like one of the best. It's a winner. Last year, I learned how to use G in combination with J and K, and that was huge. So every once in a while, I come across something. It's like, I'm going to use this every day. When I learned how to use registers, it seemed like it was going to be the hot shiz, but then it turns out I just don't really use them that often. Okay. Okay, so I definitely like base 32 better than I like base 64 because I like it being case insensitive. If you look at the the length change, definitely seems worth it. And I would like to do this for the other ones as well, like customer and whatever. I would like if it's not like a huge problem, I'd like to do it every time. Okay, so now what I need to do is write the equivalent decoder. So we've got an encoder. Now let's get that decoder. And I think I will put this up on a gist or something. I don't want this to be hidden away. This knowledge. This great wisdom. Okay. Base 32. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I did not see your thing there. That was like 10 minutes ago. Sorry, gum flavored. If a programmer programmed a program, then who programmed the programmer? If you say Jesus, then you are wrong. Did you need to bring Jesus into this? Was Jesus did we have to... I don't know that And I think that we can't really know. How would you come to the conclusion that if you say Jesus, you're wrong? How would you come to that conclusion? But I would say that there's a lot that goes into programming the programmer. And I think that what we know about genetics kind of tend towards what we do learn biblically, thou shalt not judge. Judgment is the Lord's. Because even people who are psychopaths, they have something wrong with their brain. They're not necessarily evil, although I believe that some are. I believe that there's multiple paths to psychopathy. One path is indulging in evil, and that becoming something where you program yourself to evil. But I also believe that there's psychopathy that is a mental disability, just like I don't know. I'm trying to think of other... Autism, like part of the brain isn't functioning. Another part of the brain is hyperactive. So I think psychopathy and autism are similar in that respect. This is not calling autistic people psychopaths. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's not calling psychopaths autistic. That's not what I'm saying at all. Because they're different regions of the brain. But when a region of the brain is shut down or diminished, and another region of the brain is overactive, then you have behavioral skew. And sometimes you have really no adverse consequences, like people that have the physical motion part of their brain wired to the mathematics part of their brain, and they can compute mathematics reflexively. So in the same way that their body, when they're falling, their body knows what to do and where to position itself, they have reflexes for mathematics. I'm more and more surprised as I get older that views that I thought were potentially challenging turn out to be... I think the problem is maybe the dogma or the stigma around the view rather than the reading. I don't know. Like evolution, for example. I mean, look at Genesis. First there was matter unorganized. Then there was a separation of the land from the water. Then, so from plant life, algae plant life, to animal life, to human life. Now the Garden of Eden, I think, is actually an allegory. I don't think that the Garden of Eden is factual. I think it's an allegory, but I don't know. But to me, I can't reason about it in a factual way, but I can reason about the creation story in a factual way. It seems very, very factual. Like goes hand in hand with everything we've observed about the universe. A man came from the dust of the earth. Well, yes, yes, the elements of the earth are what make man. Anyway. So, but as far as who programmed the programmer, I think that there's an environmental component, there's a spiritual component, there's a nurturing component, and I think that I don't think that that's controversial. I don't think too many people are going to say, no, there's no environmental component, or no, there's no genetic component. Some people might want to make the argument, that there's no spiritual component, but I think that's, honestly, I think that is anti-scientific, from the perspective that obviously, just like we have a drive for sex, we have a drive for spirit. There is something inside of us that yearns to worship, although what worship means, it's different things, different people. I have a much broader definition of worship, which is basically the thing that you assign your focus and vision to becoming. So if your vision is to become a godlike person, then you are worshiping God. If your vision is to become a vegan, then maybe you are worshiping. Essentially, I don't take this the wrong way, but it's essentially paganism, the worship of nature. And then paganism and Christianity aren't that far off. If you go into the Bible, there was so many things people just don't have the context of or the understanding of. Not to say that I've got a ton, but I think since I am a little more open-minded, it's not even open-minded. I think it's part of the ADHD thing. I see things from many contexts, which is often cases very confusing. But in some cases it's clarifying. Because for me, multiple choice questions are very difficult because I can see ways in which things are correct. So I guess it would be more than open-minded. It might be divergent thinking, because I don't want to recuse myself of being open-minded. But there's something about the way that my brain works that I can see things in ways that are not always obvious to others. And like, for example, the creation story. A lot of people on the science side say, the Bible's completely wrong. And a lot of people on the Bible side say, science is completely wrong. But when I look at it, do y'all get that that this was an Egyptian man from 4,000 years ago or 7,000 years ago or what, 8 to 9,000, 10,000. I don't remember 5,000. I don't know how many thousand. But like, this is an Egyptian man. Okay, it's a dude that grew up in the woods, sees a vision of the creation of the earth, and maybe doesn't have the vocabulary to explain time dilation, this, relativity, atomic bonds, the genesis of life at a molecular, like maybe, just maybe, someone with an Egyptian education 5 to 10,000 years ago, just maybe that person would not be up to date on all the latest Latin words to explain something that he saw in a vision. Maybe, right? Maybe he did the best he could with the language that he had. And like, for that, I think he did a pretty good job. Like, it pretty much matches. Uh-oh. Viazzi credit card doesn't exist. That's not good. Oh, okay. Okay, so this one I'm gonna do here. All right, so we're back to our old friend index out of range. Let's see if this has something to do with it. Char map 256, that doesn't make any sense. All right, let's see. It might ask me to write it again. But let's see if what it suggested works. Yeah, it gives me back nothing. Okay, so it's reverted back to its badness. Okay, so we're gonna do this again. Write a function that decodes a Crockford base. Write a PL PG SQL function that decodes a Crockford base 32 string into a byte. So okay, we're down to like 30% efficiency, but if we ask it to do it a couple of times, it works. Initialize an empty byte string. Okay. All right, let's see if we can just get it working, period. All right, we're going to delete this one. Start over. I have the paid GPT version, but I can't use O1 because I'm out of O1 credits. And I don't know if O1 would actually do any better. O1, like, there's a test that I have that GPT, it seems so simple, but GPT gets it wrong every time under every model. Okay. And which is funny because there's actually the top hit. There's a website where the top hit for this problem has a little snippet of JavaScript that's 5 lines long that can do it and that gets the right answer. I assume. I haven't tested it exhaustively to know for sure that the website's correct. I just kind of assumed that it was because the website's been there for a long time. But get the ICE given a date from a date time local input, output the ISO week of the year. And when the week is changed, update the date accordingly with the first day of that ISO week. And when the date is changed, update the week accordingly. So that right there, I've tried DeepSeek, I've tried GPT-01, GPT-4o. Like it's such a simple problem. It's so well defined, but it's not one where there's a lot of training data for that specific problem. You know, you want to do leak code, you have all these absurd, weird tasks, but the thing is, hundreds and thousands of people have done them. Well, that problem of ISO week is a solved problem. It's part of the standard library in Go, but it's not something that GPT can do. Like I if I just go through the years, like I'll find the edge case for the date and it'll give me week 0, or it'll give me week -52, or I've tried it different ways. But anyway, how should a programmer use GPT such that they aren't dependent? Well, and this is not freelance work. This is work I'm doing for myself right now. So I'm spending a little bit more time goofing around on something just because it's something that I want. I really want. I mean, this is something I will probably use in some freelance work too. There have been times that I've wanted to do this exact thing in the past and I haven't been able to up to this point. All right. So did I copy this one? I did copy this one. Okay. So let's just try it and see if it works. You know, the question you're asking is a really great question, but it's a question that I have no way to answer in any meaningful way, because I am not part of that generation. I didn't grow up with GPT. So when GPT first comes out, I'm like, this is crap. Anybody who uses that and you're 10xing your productivity, you really you have no idea what you're doing. Like if GPT is 10xing your productivity, I mean, it for anyone, if GPT is 10xing your productivity, there is some, I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to articulate it. I don't know exactly where the problem is, but something is very wrong. And I think mostly you're doing things that are incredibly basic, and you're looking at the first result and you're assuming that because it got one case right, that the program is correct, and you're not actually running test cases against it to figure out, is this thing correct or not? So I think that's a problem. So I think people might be deceived into thinking that they're 10x better, but they're actually not. They're just getting answers that happen to work for, for example, pretty much every time I've asked GPT or any of the LLMs to do this problem with the ISO week, they pretty much all get it right so that it shows me the correct week, ISO week for the current date. But then start fiddling with the date, go up and down across the month boundaries, across the year boundaries, and then things break down. So, that's the issue. So how do you use it and not become dependent on it? I don't really know. I think that you should be spending, it depends on what you're doing, right? Like, I have no interest in becoming a PL PG SQL developer. That's not something that I want to do. I was mentioning earlier, one of the things I love about this is it allows me to program in languages that I don't program in. So I can kind of look at this. You know, I'm not really familiar with this algorithm, but I can kind of look at it and I can kind of get an idea. Like, for example, I noticed that it was one index and I thought, oh, that's strange. So there's things like that. I can give it some test cases, but I'm not becoming any better. I'm not dependent on it. I don't need to write this in PG or PL PGSQL. I don't need to do that. So I'm not dependent on it. I could be writing this in JavaScript. But you know, I can sift the wheat from the chaff to some degree, right? How do I convert from this to UUID? Okay, UUID receive. That's what I need. Okay, so what I need here is UUID receive. So let me put this up here. I think all right, so here's our, whoops. What did I do wrong? I did something wrong here. What did I do wrong? Oh, this is trailing. Okay. So let's try. This is the token. Are we doing reverse, reverse? And we're doing Crockford, reverse, reverse. And then we should just be able to do this one. And then I want to do a couple of other things here. So we should be able to see just reverse. I want to reverse the bytes and then UUID receive. So anyway, I don't really know how to know when it's too much, because I already have the experience, and so to me it's just a tool. But, you know, if you want to get good at something, your fingers need to be on the keyboard doing most of the typing. If you're just editing, then you're not going to get good, because so much of it is muscle memory. And it takes years to build that. Okay, so I really... Okay, I'm gonna ask you to do something else. Write a function that converts from byte A to base 64. Whoops. Okay, to URL safe base 64 using encode, place, and encode. Yeah, I don't care about giving me the explanation. Just give me the code. Yeah, I actually like that one that he gave. My big question here is just... Oops. You know, do we need this text thing? I don't think we do. Let's leave it for a second. So this is just for comparison more than anything else. Because I just don't want to have this big, huge thing here. All right, of course. UID receive. What did it tell me about receive? All right, so I'm doing something wrong. There's something that's not returning correct here, or I don't know. I only have 2 UUID receives. Okay, UUID receive byte EA does not exist. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. All right. What if your kids ask you the same? What advice would you love to give? I I don't know. I think there's a lot of things when you're new to something, you just have to explore. When you're new to something, you have to be free to make mistakes and explore. And really the most important thing is that you don't fear making mistakes. The most important thing is that you're in a safe environment, like a virtual machine, where it doesn't matter if you run rough the drive. Um, because actually, I've got it. Do I have it right here? I hope I have it right here. There it is. My favorite fortune cookie ever. See if it'll focus on it. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, come on. Come on. See if I can get the camera to refocus. Oh, it wants to focus on the mic? Okay, there we go. Now it's focusing. No, focus here. Why are you focusing over there? Why are you... That's not a head. All right. I'll just read it. Because we're not going to get lucky enough for the... Ah. It says, good judgment comes from experience. Experience comes from bad judgment. I've had this fortune cookie for years, and I intend to keep it for the rest of my life. It'll be one of the things that I hand down to my grandchildren or something. But that's the truth of it. You just need to be in an environment where it is safe to fail. That is going to be the thing that's going to help you to succeed the most. This is what we do as parents, is we provide an environment for our children where it is safe to fail. And that is what helps them learn and grow. You know, we try to have some guardrails so that they don't get in any serious trouble and let them do all the things. All right, I don't like GPT's answer. Interesting. So we do have to do this encode hex UUID thing? Oh wow. That's some LLM heavy stuff right there. Can we get Can I get the thingy? Remember when scroll bars were static? They weren't bad days. They really weren't. All right, we're going to try this. Is this going to work? Oh, we got to do the same thing. I broke the universe. How did I do it? Oh, extra ending parentheses. There we go. Okay, let's see if we got it. Okay, so something went a little bit wrong. It didn't do like that before. Okay, so this is still correct. But this is no longer correct. And this is no longer correct. I'm not clear what happened here. How did those get messed up? First of all, I'm going to save all this because it's in a pretty good spot. All things considered. Okay. Okay, where it got messed up is it piped to R trim. Okay. Encode. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I see what happened here. This R trim should have been in here at the very beginning. And, whoops. You know, so there's just weird things like that that GPT does. Okay, cool. Now, notice how there's no real correlation between the forward and the reverse with the base 64. That's because the base 64 encoding shifts things a bit. I thought we had Crockford forward, did we not? This one was the decoded. Okay, this one, all right. And then here we should see a strong correlation with the reverse. Okay, so I like this. This is really good. I'm going to pause here and go pee. Okay, let me double check that the base 64s match. This base 64, this base 64. That's the forward. Okay, so I need to have another one. Let me just not reverse this one. Or I need to reverse another one. Hold on, what are we doing? All right, y'all watch what's on the screen. Okay, so we create all the functions, we create all the views. We're going to run this again. And the question is, did we get any difference in the results? It looks like no. It looks like everything went through just swimmingly. Okay. Okay, this looks really good. So I'm glad that I have these functions now. I'm gonna like publish these. Maybe I'll put them in PG Essentials. One thing that I want is, let's see, PL PG SQL functions to include. Trying to think about search terms and stuff and how this is going to pop up. C2. Just trying to hit all the keywords here for posterity. Yeah. And myself. The most important view much of the time is the selfish view. The true selfish view, not the how do I immediately gratify myself, but how do I create a better future for myself? And I don't even know what are the code blocks for this thing. Do we just do SQL? Let's try SQL and see how far that gets us. Okay. All right, so here we go. Yeah, this is not looking good. The basic SQL thing is not looking good here. Yeah, that doesn't look good at all. Let's do GitHub Linguist real quick and see if we can find PGSQL. I'm going to take a guess that it's going to be called PLPGSQL. Let's try it and see. Nope, doesn't look any better. Let's try PGSQL. Doesn't look any better. Yeah, I don't know what to do then. Meh. Is it any better at all? Wait. All right, let's see if this changes anything. Hopefully it won't. There we go. All right, that all looks the same. That all looks the same. That all looks. Everything looks the same. Okay, I'm gonna bring that over. Okay, where was this one at? Upper to lower. I don't know if it, does this account for the leftover? Okay. I don't think that's right. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not sure if this is correct or not. This would need tests. But saying if there are leftover bits that don't form a full byte, ignore them. I think that makes sense. Because when we're going the one way, we need to add the extra bytes. When we're going the other way, we just chop them off. Okay, I get it. All right, let me go back to this thing here. Hopefully there's enough Postgres already on the page that it doesn't need the explicit word Postgres. Okay, I'm going to ask it to create the complementary function and see how this goes. See if we can get it right. It gets those right. Adds the padding. That looks right. %4, %4. I do want to test this before I put it in here. Okay, let's just see if this looks right. So take the existing text with the repeat of this. I think that's right. All right, I'm going to submit it first, and then I'm going to try it out here. So what we need to do is just copy one of the base 64s and then make sure that it outputs the correct UUID at the end. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. All right. So that one closes that one. That one closes that one. Oh, didn't work. All right, let's look again. Okay, that's not correct. Okay, that might be correct. Okay. Looking good. Oh, forward is more than once. Okay, it's good. All right, there we go. I don't think that that needs to be included, that text at the end there. I think that that was clear. I will just double check on that by replacing the function locally. But I think that was a part of its hallucination from that other piece earlier. All right, and then let's just make sure everything still looks the same. I didn't even notice the change at all. All right, great. Love it. Okay. Okay. Oh, you know what I can do? I can do that thing that I can do. You know, where I go like, and then go, boop. Ah, man. One of the best things ever. Oh, quality of life through the roof. All right. Okay. There we go. So we got that. Is there anything else that we've learned that we should document before moving on? All right, reverse series, reverse loop, Crockford, URL safe. Okay. I think we're good. Okay, I think I'm going to take a pee break. I definitely spent longer on this than I thought because this is not what I thought that I was going to be working on. But I don't know. It's one of those things that got to be figured out so that we can figure out to include it or rule it out. But I really like the idea of actually, there's one more thing I want to add here. Where's Gypsy's kept on giving me little UUIDs or whatever. I suppose I should just take a UUID like this one and then go do the work. Oh, look at that nice 7 there. Let us know it's a UUID v7. And that nice 8 there to let us know that the randomly generated portion was less than 8 or less, and so 8 is what got stuck there. Or maybe it was the time component. I actually don't know. Okay. So we've got this. UGSQL. How's it going, everybody? What are y'all up to? Y'all having a good time yet? This is...
All right, so we don't need the reverse. Don't need this. All right. So what I want to ask is, sometimes if you give it vague instructions, it actually does a really good job. How do I make this work? I'm gonna try that. It's like a CTE, a width or something. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted to do. All right. How do I construct this so I can pull the value of the first query to be used in the second? There we go. All right, we're ready. Common table expression. CTE. There we go. There we go. That's exactly what I was hoping for. I think this is going to work wonderfully. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so let me ask GPT again. How could this be done with UUID receive? If there even is such a thing as UUID receive, which I don't know that there is. Or did we? Let's see if this works. I don't think UUID... I don't know if UUID receive exists. I don't even know if it's a real thing. But let's make sure that this is a real thing. Okay, that is a real thing. Okay. Okay. Given that I already have working functions for base 32 to byte A to base 32, base 64 to byte array, and byte array to base 64, write the queries that demonstrate using each with UUIDs. Here is the example format. All right, how's it do? I think I have to add this. Wasn't it Crockford? Okay, cool. Yeah. Don't use UUID receive. Well, let's just try it. Let's just see if any of them just happen to work. It could happen to work. Since we already tried it a few times, I don't think it will, but maybe there's some permutation of this that will end up working. Let's try this one, just see if it works. I don't think it will. Okay. What if, though? Hold on. Let me just try something. Just try something naive here. Why can't I do this? I don't really like that, but... yeah, everybody's doing it within code. Is this even a thing, or has it just been hallucinating over and over and over again? Okay. That's so interesting. Okay. Relies on the base 64 functions. Find n let's try this. All right. All right, so we got 2 more of these to fill out. All right, so this is pretty darn close. We're just going to need to take our base 32. I don't think we want to do double hexes, actually. Does it not exist? Crockford base 32 to byte A. Is that not? All right, what have I typoed? Okay, let's just put this in there. Oh. Probably, okay, it's just the missing. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, that works. Okay, so that's good. Let's go. We already got that one. So we just have one left. For our example. Okay, and then we will have to not do this double decode thing that it's trying to do. So we're not going to double decode, because that's not real! You hallucinating Damon! Alright. Oh, whoops. We need to give it our string. And that should end up decoding, hopefully, the same thing. Oh, yeah, dang it. Whoops. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So we've got our identity function. We should see this 6 times throughout this. Hold on. What do you got going on here? What's at the end here? What's this? What's this? Let's get rid of that. Get that out of there. Okay. No, I don't actually want the whole record. I was actually just trying to select just the one part. That was all. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we have the identity. Then we have these two. Then we should have encoded here, decoded there. And we should have encoded here, decoded there. And that's it. That's all that we should have. And then if we look at the base 32 output, we should have just 2 of it. Good. And if we look at the base 64 output, we should just have 2 of it. Okay, this is great. All right, so all this is good. This is information. This is hidden wisdom right here, folks. Hidden wisdom. This is good. This is good. Now we have a canonical place for... Oh, and I think I already did this one. Let me make sure from the pull request. Do we have a pull request? Pull request. Where's the rename? I like to be able to reference the commit where something happened. There we go. Okay. So I do want to get this documentation in a more permanent location, but this is good documentation. It's there. It's better than it just being on my computer. Now I have these for the future. So that's good. Now with that, we've still got 2.5 hours before I need to go. So hopefully we'll get to what's in the title, because all we did was UUID conversions so far. That's been the entire 3.5 hours, has been pretty much just UUID conversions. But I mean, this is stuff that I'm going to be able to refer back to for years. And I have all the permutations that I need now, because I do want to be able to do these things. I want to be able to use this here and now, that we store it in the UUID format, and then we pull it out. We pull it out and put it in. Okay. Hold on a second. 1 second. I need to look something up. And then I really am. One day, I'm going to go pee. I'm going to do it. It's going to be great. Okay, what was I looking at? Banquist. Okay, so I'm going to put up potty break symbol here. Where's my potty break? Potty break, potty break, potty break, potty break. It's somewhere. By the way, you know, I'm not doing enough of the sound effects, but hey, documentation for the ages on how to do something that I've been wanting a better solution for, and now I have an option that if it doesn't end up being the better solution, at least there's a way to do it down at the database level and hide it behind the queries. There's a way to use the optimizations that Postgres has for UUIDs and translate that into forms that are generally more friendly. So that's a win. And now I'm going to go potty. And I go potty because I have kids. And when you have kids, you go potty. Even as an adult.
All right, and I'm back. Record time. Under 5 minutes. Record time. Just a second before I get back to it here. Responding to a message. Okay, do we remind me again? Did we get Webby? Let's see. Okay, I don't know. Let's see. From the repository. Let's see. All right, so let me go ahead and sync that over. And do we have scripts SQL gen? Okay. And let's just see here. I don't know. Ah. If not, Command-V, SQL C, dev null, then curl, iv.sh, SQL C, sh, and then config in vman. If, let's see, if test dash f, then, okay. Okay, there we go.
And then, of course, I need the shell check. Oops. Shell check, disable. There we go. What do I even call this file? SQL gen. Okay, yeah. All right, so we're going to do node. If we don't have a command, ts to js doc, and we'll npm install cd /temp npm install location equals global ts to js doc. And then what's the other one we got to have here? Prettier? Okay, so this right here, this will now make it so that this will automatically work on other people's computers, which is desirable. Okay. Actually, I kind of like the idea of why don't we just run from this the whole time and then get rid of the extra bits there. Okay. Let's make sure that still works. I suspect that it will just fine. Okay. All right. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and add that SQL gen here. Really? That's not in the Git log at all? Oops. All right. And then okay. SQL migrations. Okay, I want to create a different one. All right, for this, migrations, init up, and then we've got, you know, what do we got? Cards view. What? So I actually want to take some of this out here. Let's call this 2000. Okay, and then we're going to take some stuff out of there. I'm actually just going to take the canonical ones that I've documented. Boop, boop, boop. So let's take this one here. Okay, maybe I want this even a little bit differently. Okay, so we're gonna go byte to Crockford base 32. Wait, didn't I just do that one? Yeah, I did. All right. So we're gonna take Crockford to byte. All right, so I'm gonna add this in. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna rename this. I've got somebody else that might be working on some stuff in this, so we're gonna rename this one to base 32. All right, I'm gonna create another one. Which I'm going to make this 1100. And then what I want here is we're gonna create the function that GPT says that we should have had. Okay. Create a UUID receive function using this example. Okay, let's see if Jippity will just spit it out for us. I think I know what to do. Yeah, that's right. Where am I? Come on. Okay, there we are. Alright, so we should know what we're going to get here. Because this should just be UUID receive. And then we shouldn't need to do any of this. We just do that. Let's go ahead and create that function. It is an intuitive function. It seems like it ought to exist. And I guess it exists down in the C code, but it's not exposed up the higher level. Okay, so okay, so let's do this, and then we'll have a drop that's just going to be drop function UUID receive. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna spend a little bit more time on this. But it's for a good cause. It's for a good cause. All right, so let's make sure that we can still do this one. Okay, so it creates the function. So I want to make sure that this function will actually work. I mean, it seems so simple. How could it be wrong? Oh, wait, I see how it could be wrong, because it literally is wrong. That's how. So we'll go ahead and test it. Wrong. It might still work, because it's one of those things where... Let's see, what does it say? Alright, that's what I thought. Because that's what we did the other time. Okay, so all we got to do to fix it, a very simple fix, is we just fix it. That's the fix. We fix it. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it's that simple, but that's how we do it. We fix it. We just get rid of the decode. We just do it like that. You know, it's just sometimes GPT, and I gave it the example to use, and it's weird because I gave it the example to use, and then it did something else instead. Okay, well, whatever. Okay. So then we're gonna do the next thing, which is the base 32 and then the base 64. Ah! Let's just call this one updates. Oh, also, we need to do the little... Hold on. Public domain. Visualization. Okay. Okay, what's the shortest possible way to do this? Isn't there a shorter one? I'm going to try to shorten this down. Okay, project name. So we're going to call this uh All right, let's see. What was I gonna do here? Let's see how this goes. Nope, not like that. Okay, written. I'm gonna change it from written to authored because, as you know, I didn't write it line by line or much of it, but I did author it. When you get into the legalities of code gen, there's it's an area that's yet to be well defined, but what we do know is that well, I don't know. GPT cannot claim copyright to it. I am putting it in the public domain. There is no... Legally, we have precedent that non-humans do not have copyright. There are some things that I'd like, if I'd like to be consistent between these two, but in reality, they just won't be. Anyway, I do need to add this. I actually do want to. There we go.
Make my wish come true. Let darkness fade to light.
There we go.
Show me it's not over. Show me there's still hope.
Actually, I don't like that bit. I'm going to change that. Okay, I'm going to change all of these to just be slash. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to add that. Okay, and then I need the down for this as well. Drop function. What is the function we're dropping here? Crawford's such a smart man. He's one of those people I wish we could just give him $1 million and let him do his thing. You know? Wish that we could keep that line in between the comments, but we can't. That's all right. Okay, so then for the 1300, as we're going to do URL safe base 64. And this one's going to be pretty simple. So we're just going to replace Crockford base 32 with URL safe base 64. If I can spell it. And then the lowercase version with the lowercase version. Let's make sure I got the right one here. URL safe. Yep, that's it. Okay, so we're just going to copy that over. Actually, I kind of prefer it to be in this direction. Is that the way we want to do it? No. Which one is send? Send is the bottom one. Okay, yeah. So they are going to be in this direction right here. Spam bots. Leave me alone. Okay, and then this one, apparently, I missed a spot. Okay. So which way are we going here? All right, and the down is we're going to drop these function names. Ah! All right, no cascades on these. And then likewise, I do actually want to place this in the public domain. Okay. Okay. So we've got all that. Okay. Okay, so there we go. We got that. That's good. Okay. SQL migrations. Okay, so we have the UUID up and drop. We got the base 32 up and drop. We got the base 64 up and drop. Now we should be able to do the cards view and then not worry so much about all of these here. Oh, what we need the reversey. We still need the reversey. And we have the base 32 naive. I mean, it might be worth keeping around. Let me just first let's get rid of some of the other ones. Let's clean up the place a little bit. So we've got the reversies. We've got the base 32 that we like. You're all safe. Base 64. Okay. And then we've got our view. And then we can get rid of the usage examples because we've got the usage examples elsewhere. So this just becomes all around cleaner. So we're gonna dropping those. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we are. All right. So now I can let that go. I don't want to keep that dead weight around. Oh, whoops, my chat wasn't up. It's all right. Y'all are just being quiet anyway. But if you want to talk, I'm here for you. Your Uncle Al is here. I don't know if that's what an Uncle Al sounds like, but it is now. Okay, so we also want the reversey. Okay, so we're going to add the reversies. And we're going to drop the cascades on that, though. Oh, we're only going to keep one of these. I'm pretty sure we have both in this issue here. Hold on, let me go ahead and grab from this again. This is simply for the betterment of mankind, nothing more, nothing less. So we're only going to need one of these. And we're not going to need the other, so I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of it. Oh, how did I make that the up? Seriously? In what world is that the up? The upside down? Okay, let's go back to UUID up. Okay. Okay, there's only one. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. Bring that over here. We're going to change out. All right. We're just going to call it reverse. Set paste and reverse. And I'm not going to call it reverse series because blah. All right, there we go. So that's all above board. I wish I had a better SQL formatter, but whatever. It's what I got. Ba-da-da-da. What is going on with my SQL formatters fighting each other? Do you see this? Do you see this nonsense? I can't decide who's going to win. So can somebody do the radio show of this for me?
2 SQL parsers in, 1 SQL parser out. Join us as we go through a journey of discovery to see who is the best. Who will win the race conditions?
Okay. So just to check here. Okay, we got that one. We've got the up on that one looks good. The up on this one looks good. The up on this one I'm assuming is going to look good. And then finally we have the up on this one. Okay, so that all looks good then. All right. Okay, so what we can get rid of then Oh, no, not that one. Whoops. Thank heavens I did not do that. All right, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay. Okay. So, feet. Add functions for reverse and UUID by conversion. All right. So we got that going. All right, so I want to get this cards view up. I don't even remember what for anymore, honestly. I think I just wanted for some convenience, something to look at. Yeah. All right. All right, so we're going to get rid of this one. We're going to get rid of this one. It becomes much simpler. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and drop some functions. Whoops. How do I show functions? Maybe F? Nope. Hi! What's up, Mamga Kombucha? Brah? Did I pronounce that correctly? I nailed it, didn't I? I know. I nailed it. I'm pretty good at pronouncing things. Especially things that I don't know how to pronounce. I'm really great at it. All right. SF? DF? Oh, Brian. Oh, well, that one's hard. As I say it perfectly without any hesitation. Dang it. Okay. We got rid of the loop in the series. And the naive and the prefix. Okay, so what are we looking at now? Okay. So we can do drop function this one. Okay, that's good. Now let's go ahead and load these up. Oops. 3 up. 4 up. Okay, so now I've got all those functions. Just trying to learn something, huh? What are you trying to learn? About my awesome pronunciation abilities? Because you're in the right place. Okay, so now... Nope, that's not what I wanted. I did not want down with 2 W's. I wanted down spelled with just 1 W. Try and spring boot as a noob. If you're a noob, you need to learn Go. Unless you have a job that's telling you that you need to learn Spring Boot, in which case, do that. But, look, go to boot.dev and learn yourself. Wow. Holy moly. This guy, man, I should have taken him to lunch more. He's got to be raking in the dough at this point. Lane. When he was before, I think I met him before he started boot.dev. It's certainly before it was called boot.dev. I think before it was a business of any sort. But I would run across his blog because he had really good articles. I wish that I had his ability to do some of what he does, but he is the best suited person to do it. Anyway, yeah, if you want to, I don't know. I don't know about Spring Boot. I guess it all depends on what you want to work with, but that's not a... What? RPG game, what? No RPG game. No, I don't. Oh, are you talking about the music? The music is OC Remix. What do I think about Express V5? I don't. I don't think about Express V5. There are, I think, 2 breaking changes. One of them is the way that cookies are accessed. There's like the function has, maybe it has an extra argument or something. But Express V5 has been around for 10 years. It will never be officially released. And I don't use it because of that reason. But I just use ExpressB4 with async router, and that's what I need. So, and if you're not using async router, then use ExpressV5. But if you're using ExpressV4, then use async router. So, it's so sad. This should be the most popular repo aside from Express. And it's not because I want to get 5,000 stars on here. I'm getting that on Webby. It's because this actually simplifies development so much. Let me show you an example I asked GPT to do something in Express. Let's see. Okay, check this out. Let's see if we can look at the first example it gave me for the back end. Okay, look at this nonsense. Now, obviously, you can't see it line by line. What is it? What is it doing? But what you can see is that it's just doing return res.json with the same thing with a different message 6 different times, and it's got a bunch of try catches and if else's, and it's just very convoluted. So I said, okay, rewrite it using async router, and it did it wrong the first time, but then the second time, was it this time? Now look at it. Boom. Do this thing. If you have an error, throw the error. Then do this thing. If you have an error, throw the error. Then do this thing. If you have an error, throw the error. One exit, and then one area for error handling. So let me just throw this in a gist so that you can see it. Boom. Okay. So let me check comments here. Wow. I can do things in JS, but I feel like making things work. I'm still what? I feel even making things work, I'm still FOL. I don't know what that means. Do you S? Oh, it's like SOL, but F instead of S. Just stick with sure out of luck. Yeah. Anyway. The right word to express my lack of knowledge? No, it's just like you got to have time with hands on the keyboard. You have to have a desire to want to learn. You have to have something that internally motivates you. I have a really hard time trying to teach people that just want to learn coding because they want to make money. But it's like, okay, well, what do you want to do? Make money. But what kind of code do you want to do? The kind of code that makes money? I'm like, well, I mean, like, why don't you go lay bricks? Like, laying bricks makes money. You probably make more money faster, especially right now in the current economy. Like, we are in a dearth of professional trades right now. So go do something that you actually enjoy and is interesting to you. Don't come code because we need more XYZ in code. Like, we don't. We need far fewer people to code right now. And the market is, thankfully, correcting itself on that. Anyway, but yeah, it's you got to pick. Either you have to have a skilled instructor. Again, I can recommend boo.dev, or you need to have some self-motivation of knowing problems that you want to solve. The idea of identifying, I hate it when this happens. I wish that blank. And then break that I wish that blank down into the simplest possible problem and just solve that one problem. Like, okay, I'm working on payment processing. What have I spent the last 5 hours doing? Learning SQL functions. I'm not actually doing the thing that I set out to do. I'm doing the things that are tangentially important to doing the things that I am setting out to do. So, I mean, all this stuff I'm going to use, but this, it doesn't necessarily get me there, but it's breaking down a small problem. Like, okay, and granted, I did this with GPT, and I don't have any interest in learning SQL. Or not SQL. So I do have an interest in learning SQL. I don't have any interest in learning PG SQL functions. That's not
It's something I kind of shy away from. But when you're at the point where GPT can pretty much get it right, then, you know, you're still in a good space in terms of, like, for me, I would not want to try to do something that is so novel that GPT can't get it right in a language that I don't know. But anyway, it is important to have your hands on the keyboard. It is important to not, if you rely on GPT, you won't learn. You'll get, I mean, you will learn, you'll get kind of a sense of things. So it's good to use GPT and the other tools, but you won't learn, you won't get the hands on the keyboard experience that you need in order to get the work done. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Absorbing. Got it. We'll absorb away. Anyway, so now I don't need these 100 million ways to look at this token. Now, let me just do the way that I ultimately wanted to do it. Which was get the Crockford bytes of the reverse bytes of the bytes from the UUID. And we're not going to do an encode. We're not going to do hex. We're not going to do UUID. There we are. So that's it. That's what I actually want. UUID to bytes. Bytes to reverse. We're going to need to get rid of series there because I deleted that function. We're just going to call our series or reverse series function byte array reverse. And byte array to Crockford base 32. And boom. I think it's sad that programming has gone, there's good and bad to it. But I think it's sad that programming has gone from something that was a hobby, a craft, an art form to just, like, I don't know, almost McDonald's level, but with lots of money. You know, where it's, oh, everybody needs to do basic cash register stuff. Everybody needs to know how to get the pizza dough in the oven. You know, everybody needs to know how to build a website. But I don't know, like, not really. We do need people to build good websites and good software, but we don't need people that don't really care or have direction or desire building things that break all the time. So I miss when it wasn't so big and it was just, you know, nerds and geeks and dorks hanging out, and you know, I miss those times. Anyway. Do you feel it? I don't know, because I think that there's a delay, so you gotta like semi-quote me or something. In college, we ask people, just me and two guys in classroom, really wants to code. Yeah, and when I was in college, the same thing was true in high school. When I was in high school, I was literally in a technical program for computers. All the other kids did the bare minimum work and then played Counter-Strike the rest of the day. And the same thing was true in college. It was the same thing. Most of the people did the bare minimum work and then they just played Counter-Strike in the network lab. And, you know, why waste such an opportunity? So I was the only person in the history of the program, up to that point at least, who completed 3 years of the 2-year program in 1 year. And by 3 years of the 2-year program, I mean there was one exam you took the first year, one exam you took the second year, and the school would pay for it. But because I completed both of the exams and the school still needed me to do something, then I worked on a third exam. So it was like tiers of IT stuff. And part of that is probably some immutable characteristic that I was born with, unfortunately.
Um, I wish more people had that drive in them, but I don't know. We can't all have it. World would be messed up if everybody was that way. I just wish a few more people were. Hey, thanks for the follow. And I will one day maybe fix whatever's wrong. I probably just have to log in and get the new URL. Because I got the notification on my phone that's supposed to pop up right here. I'm like, whoa, so-and-so followed you. Maybe it's because I'm not paying them or I don't know. But it used to do that. It used to, when I first set it up, it would notify me of raids as well. Now I don't get any notifications. But anyway. Okay, let's go back. There we go. Boom. That is what I wanted. So that was the result of the last 5 hours, was to feel confident that I can reliably get this ID and send it back. And that I'll be able to take that ID and handle it and do that at the SQL level. So I'm not ready to actually do that yet, but that was the purpose of all this time spent. Was just be able to get it from this format, because I want the advantages for the database of it being in this format, because that is sortable. It's got the random component. It is more compact. But this is what I actually want to have go across the wire. And I don't know, maybe one day I'll come back around and say, well, that was dumb. I should just have done it this way the whole time. You know, like, it should just be in the database like this, because I don't know. We'll see what at some point, hopefully at some point, performance will become important. And the difference of it being stored as 16 bytes, even though it's being viewed as 29 bytes, or in the case of if I was doing this, I just don't like the way UUIDs look. They kind of look corny. I don't know how to describe it. I like what a UUID represents, but I don't like looking at it, and I'd rather be able to select this from the database, and now having functions that I can do that with, you know, feel good about that. And then I could probably write some other functions on top of this that would just put those functions together, or just add them in together. Because ideally, all of those functions would go in together. To, you know, if I wanted to be performant, I'm going to be doing the from UUID to byte array, and then filling it in reverse as it's being converted to, well, I guess no, that wouldn't work, would it? It'd still have to be reversed, then put into base 32. But all of that would be done in one step without having to copy the value multiple times, because the copies are what get you. So, anyway. And then I'd like the customer IDs to be the same, to have a customer prefix. And I've gone about this different ways in the past, but if this approach is performant enough, I like what this approach represents. Okay, and then for the authenticator value, I could just store, I think I actually should store that directly in the authenticator value. I'm not 100% sure on that. I guess that's internal, so it shouldn't matter. And this is the ID that we're going to look it up with. But one of the problems with UUID v7 and the like is that the first, I don't know what, the first grouping, it's not an octet because it's way more than an octet, but
the first grouping, the first and second groupings, and even up to the third grouping, how many groupings do we have to go before they're definitely different? Okay, oh, I was looking at these two and they're actually the same the whole way down, but that's because they're actually the same the whole way down. So, not entirely sure, but it looks like this whole chunk, maybe a little bit more, is all the time chunk. And then you got this chunk over here. So half of it about is the time chunk, and the other half is the random component. And they just look... It's nice when you look at the front of something to see that it's different, because that's how we tend to read. I often scan both the front and back of something, because oftentimes the header information in the front, and that's why I wanted to reverse the bytes, so that when you see the ID, it's actually reversed, and you see it. Yeah, anyway. Hey, everybody, how's it going? What's up? So now we get back to the real meat and potatoes. Maybe. I actually do want to commit some more of this stuff. So, for example, I do want to do a git log on the SQL migrations init. And let's see. Hold on. Oh, whoops. I actually added some stuff that I didn't mean to add in there. Oh, that's weird. I'm a little confused. Hold on. Oh, I see. I need to do a git diff hatched. Yes, that makes more sense. Okay. Okay, so I want to stash this, pull, stash pop. Okay, the view, I'm actually feeling decently about the view right now. It's more of a debug than anything else, but it's helpful. So this shows me what so the base unit of this system is the credit card, because cash is king. You know, that's credit card, but you know, kind of like cash. At least the best approximation we have for the most people right now online. A debit card kind of falls in the same category. Anyway, so blah 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 blah. Credit card network right now is blank. But so what I was going to say is I want to be able to look at a card and see how many people are using that card and how they log in. That was the idea behind this. Right now there's only one user. So if I actually go back and I try to create another user, let me go ahead and kill the process to restart it. And it'll be interesting to see, does it restart just fine? Okay, so what we should see happen when I run this again, it's going to start some connection pools or whatever, and we should just get this error cannot handle recurring guest checkout. And that's why I had created this, and I was looking at that, I was like, I really don't like the UUIDs, and that's why I went down the base 32 rabbit hole. But I came out alive. I succeeded. I'm happy about it. I still use primary key int auto increment. Don't do it. Don't do it, please. I mean, if it's a small personal project, you say, oh, okay, it doesn't matter. It'll be fine. But walking IDs is a real security risk. You can use UUID v7 is the latest standard. Before that, it was ULID. So there was ULID, ULID, and now UUID v7. And I'm sticking with UUID v7 because, well, not sticking with, I'm moving back to UUID because of v7, because Postgres has optimized UUID operations. So if I use UUID v7, I get those indexing and search optimizations and whatnot. So UUID v7 is essentially, it's the same as ULID, except that actually it might not have quite as much entropy, but it's the same concept as ULID. It's sortable, lexicographically sortable IDs, universally unique lexicographically sortable IDs. And that's what UUID v7 gives us. But there's just, oh man, like, I'm sorry, you know, you come here like, I'm doing this. I'm like, don't do that. I'm doing this. Don't do that. Okay. But you are going to cause problems that you will regret. And again, I was saying earlier, good judgment comes from experience. Experience comes from bad judgment. My favorite fortune cookie. And well, how are you going to learn about, you know, the problems that you have with IDs, incrementing IDs? There's two problems. There's a security risk, and then there's also issues as soon as you have to have things work on multiple computers or have some sort of lazy consistency. That's normally not the problem you have. The security concern is the bigger concern, really, is the being able to walk IDs. So UUID v7 is not a string ID, and ULID is a string ID. I don't think that ULID has a canonical binary form, whereas UUID has a canonical binary form. So UUID is 128 bits. You typically, in your database, no matter which database it is, you use the UUID type, and then it converts back and forth for you. Okay, I worked on a UUID crate for Rust, and I think Postgres is in discussion to potentially use it for UUID generation. Is it UUID v7? Because if it's not, they're a little late to be making other choices, but that's awesome. That's awesome to hear. Congratulations. Okay, so where was I at? I wanted to solve this problem. So I created that error intentionally so that I would just red, green, refactor. That's the idea, right? Or refactor, red. Okay, but here we are. So if we don't have any cards, then we do a full registration. And that's what I've got. It's not necessarily right, but it goes through all the steps to register a user and then register the credit card as an authenticator for them. So what do we do after that? Well, let's say that we try to do this again. Well, now we need to figure out, the next step is to figure out, oh, well, we actually already have this. So we should see right here, if I scroll back. Okay, what did we get back? We don't know. We know the card last four. We know the customer ID. We know the customer handle. We know one of their authenticator types. So this is all about the authenticators from the perspective of the credit card. Because that's what we're using as, you know, we say, you know, if the email address were the authenticator, you'd say, okay, give me back, you know, whatever we got there. So what we want to do then is we want to figure out, with this information, what authenticators do we have? So basically this is an array of authenticators. I guess we don't really need to have back the credit card information. That's not actually what's important. Well, it is important from a certain perspective. Actually, these two pieces of information are important in that if this is the credit card, which there could be more than one credit card, but yeah, I guess what I want to do actually is, let's see. Okay, what I want to do actually is I want to get back two pieces of information. I need to update the view to give back the credit card because I need to loop through. And what I want to do is I want to return to the user. And this is not even in the right flow. But I want to return to the user. Here's what you can use to log in. So you presented a credit card. Here's what you can use to log in, but it needs to be sensitive. It needs to not disclose a lot of information. There's no such thing as a U32. I mean, not U32. Sorry. There is such thing as U32. There's no such thing as a U128. Stop trying to make fetch a thing. There's no such thing as a U128. It does not exist. Yeah. Okay, so my beef with that is that if you consider it to be a U128, then you bring Indianness into the problem. Now, you explain to me, because this is an area where I'm ignorant, why is Indianness important to a UUID? Why do I care whether a UUID is big Indian or little Indian? Because that is the area where I get frustrated with the U128 philosophy, is that you're adding this additional complexity to where now I need additional information. Before, it's like, okay, this is a UUID. It's a byte array. That's all I need to know. And I can compare it as a byte array. I can compare it as a string. I can switch between byte array and string, no problem. But the moment that you call it a 128, well, now you have something that I guess the way you can determine Indianness is by the position of the 4 and the 8, or the 7 and the 8. And you can say, okay, if this position and this position have these numbers versus this position and this position. So if you know that it's a UUID v4, then you can say, okay, well, but then if it still, because it's random, you could still happen to have, or is it designed so that you can't have that? Is that the reason that those bytes are designed? Is that so that you can determine the Indianness of it? So let's see, let's go look at the UUID real quick. Okay, so we have right here and right here. So are these, what are these positions? Oh, that's 15. So that's 16. If we do that. And so then if we do this, well, actually, okay, let's look at this way. So that's 14. And if we look at it this way, it's 18. So, and then what, it's that 8 there. So if we flip it, okay, so that's why those are in that position, is because if I know it's a UUID v4 and I find the 4 here, then I know I'm reading it in the right byte order. But if it's the wrong Indianness and I find the byte 4 here, then I know that I need to reverse it in order to read it correctly. And if I don't find the 4 either in this location or in this location, then I need to reconsider my life choices. Is that Is that the idea behind it? And this can't be a 4 by randomness because it's guaranteed to have the high bit set.
There's Nim.
Okay, that now makes sense. I'd always wondered why they do that, but now that starts to make sense. Is it so to clear up the Indianness confusion?
Where's Nim?
I don't know where Nim is.
Because I need to put sunglasses on her.
Okay, well, you go figure out how to do that.
I know how to do it.
Okay.
Dad, does your Nintendo work?
It does, buddy. But I'm not using it right now. I'm using the computer. Hey, I want you to get out of the shed, buddy, because you got little fingers that like to wander around. If they didn't like to wander around so much, you'd be welcome to sit and watch. Do you want to sit and watch?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I don't have a chair for you, actually. Hey, will you take these cups inside? Will you do that for me, buddy? Yeah, take them inside. Thank you, buddy. All right. Anyway. But still, I think that just that knowledge, like, I guess I was able to work through it now, but it wasn't obvious to me, and I've run into these situations now where people are doing U128s, and it's just, no. If you're not doing math on it, it's not a U128. If it's an identifier, if it's a key, you know, it's not a U128. Well, I guess keys you do math on, so then, you know, kind of. But, you know, hashes are byte arrays. Hashes are byte arrays. You know, you just do a byte array comparison. It doesn't matter what the Indianness is. Okay, so where was I at? All right, so I'm going to list these. Oh, and I need one more piece of information. That's what I was saying, is that I need to go to the cards view, and I need to add, I think it was CC Cust. Wait. Oh, I wasn't actually doing this. Okay, hold on. I might want to query that. I might want to change my query to query that. Okay, so what I could do, I think that view is going to be very useful. You know what I want to know real quick though? What are the disadvantages of views? Maybe because they're greedy, they get too much data? Okay. So yeah, don't create views of views. What's up, Honene?
You.
Oh no. Did he take the cups inside?
Yes, he did.
Okay, great. Okay.
Smell photo.
I can smell Play-Doh? I am online, FYI.
Mommy, look, it's strawberry.
Okay, cascading changes.
Strawberry.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
This seems like such a
Look,
bogus.
look, Mommy. You're not
Like-
imagining.
Views can have a security concern because they could reveal information about the underlying table. The alternative being the person using the underlying table. Not sure that tracks.
Okay, permission. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I believe in that. I think that the permission logic should probably be in the application. I am not a believer that databases are everything. I'm a believer that databases are underutilized, but I'm not a believer that databases are where application logic should be, or necessarily. I'd have to see good examples of permission logic to kind of believe. Hey, what are you doing? You want to press the button? Press the button. Which one do you want to press? Yeah, you can press that one.
Ding. Good one.
All right, everybody, prepare for the kids playing with the Stream Deck. Uh-oh. Wait, don't go out of there. Don't press that one. You can press any of these. But don't go crazy.
What happened?
What's it? Daddy, what's it?
Here's how I really feel about U-128s. Yeah, take that, Indianness. All right, y'all are gonna lose your button pressing privileges. You're pressing the buttons too much.
Gotta press them all.
Gotta press them all. Gotta press them all. All right, hey. All right, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave, little boy. Let me get back to it. Hey, don't trip over the camera. No, leave it alone. Don't move it. Don't move it.
That's how you get kicked out, dude.
Yeah. You moved it. Stop. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave the camera alone. All right. There we go. So check this out, honey. Look, see that flag? Watch this.
Yeah.
See the flag lights up? And then it darkens?
Yeah, I see.
Stupid Apple AI. I don't know how to disable it to get the raw feed from the camera.
This got off.
No, it's so frustrating because I have a nice camera and it worked, and then I updated macOS and now it's got this new AI feature where any video from any device,
Yes, complaining is life, honey.
like,
Complaining is
okay, I don't think it's going to do, I think I finally got the thumbs up stuff disabled, but it used to, like, all the time, I like have my hand on my face. Okay. All right, we're, sound's off. No more sound.
This was a triumph,
Oh, I guess.
making no huge success.
All right. Children, wife.
I didn't press the buttons.
Yeah, but you brought the button pressers. All right, Ado, please stop. Please stop. All right, y'all need to get out. Y'all need to get out. You've worn out your welcome. You've worn out your welcome.
Making
Yeah,
no
you know you couldn't
huge
stay longer. You
success.
wore out your welcome. Okay. Oh, Addie, no, please stop, honey. Will you please?
Addie, step.
Will you escort them, please?
I will.
Thank you, honey.
There we go.
Okay. He is pressing all the buttons, taking all the moves. That was the right button.
Okay, let's go.
Okay,
Ada.
and he lost my part of my vial there.
I'm not. It's right there.
All right. Okay, buddy, you go play with Play-Doh.
Okay, let's go. See you. Bye bye.
I love you, kiddos. Just don't come in my shed. Children. Oh, gotta have them all. Gotta have them all. Oh, OBS is already running. Oh, what buttons were they pressing? What? All right. Let me get my chat back up. Okay, now I can see chat again. All right. What are we seeing here? Well, we were seeing my kids. And now, let me see if I can figure out what we're seeing now. So, let's see, what was I just trying to do? Cannot handle complex logic. Views are typically limited to the query language. Sometimes GPT comes up with the weirdest stuff. Like, yes, crayons are limited. Hey, little girl. Okay. All right, you go, please. You go with mommy. Okay, what are we looking at here? Well, I was just looking at I was trying to understand what the disadvantages of views are, because I think that they're underutilized. I could be mistaken about that. But there's oftentimes when, especially if you're going to want to look at a query in development, it seems like, why not have a view for that query and then select from the view? And that's what I'm going to do here and now. I'm actually going to turn this into a select. I mean, I guess all of that stuff is still the same. What are you doing, little girl? What are you doing? Don't do it. Please, I am gonna shut the door and lock it. Okay?
No, okay.
No, okay. All right, let's see where.
And you ripped this.
I didn't rip that. Hey, keep your jaw back. Don't jut your jaw forward like that. See, it's getting stuck that way. Now I understand why parents used to say to me, oh, don't make a face like that, I'll get stuck that way. Because my little girl, she started making this face, and now she does it all the time unconsciously, and it's not a flattering face that's gonna endear friends towards her. Anyway, okay, so we're doing some SQL stuff. The overarching goal is working on essentially a payment gateway proxy, so that who you're using as a payment gateway, whether it is Stripe or otherwise, is kept private, so that you have more of the information about your customers. So I have more information about my customers, and really being customer focused rather than being user focused. Yeah. So that's what we're looking at here. So I am a believer. Let's see, do we want the priority in there? Yeah, I think we actually do want the priority. I might go back and change that in the other one. So Authenticator ID, I don't think that one is as important, although it could be. Actually, the Authenticator ID is important. Okay, so we're going to go back to the other one, and we're going to add back in Auth ID and Auth Priority. So let me go back over there to the view. Oh, okay. You up? Okay. So yeah, we're going to enable this. We're going to enable this. And then I do wonder, so we don't ever want to, I'm not sure what level this should be, because I do have a fear that this calculation could be done. Hopefully this calculation would not be done until we're selecting, and it wouldn't be done, because we're never going to compare on this value. Oh, whoops. And that should actually be called token. Base 32. We'll have it. We'll let it be called token base 32 for now. So this is the token that I want to show outwardly. But when we query on it, it's not the way that I want to show it. And so maybe that shouldn't be in the view, but I kind of want to put that in the view because this is going to be good debug information. And we'll probably make
some other view on this anyway. But yeah, right now, the point that I've gotten to is I'm still not verifying the credit card yet. I'm about to get to that point. Maybe. We'll see. But I think I've only got another half hour before I need to think about leaving. So probably not, but tonight. Most of today, I mean, this is a personal project and I do need to get to a point with it quickly because I have to get back to some client projects, get bills paid and stuff. But I'm not trying to rush through it. I'm trying to learn the things. There's many things that I haven't learned in years. And I'm trying to actually take some time to understand them better and get this, not necessarily to get it right, because I mean, it's all prototyping, but to get the things that I know that I've wanted done in a better way than I've been hacking them together in the past. Like that, the base 32 functions. Anyway, so we got this. And let me go back to this. So in this case, I think all of these are going to change to actually just be what they are before the as. So I think the way that we end up doing this... Oh, and I didn't quote those over there. Let me go quote them. I need to recreate that view. I'm going to adjust my volume via the knob for finer grain control here. Turns out the physical volume knob will always be higher precision than the buttons on the keyboard. And, well, in this case, I think the volume knob is physical. I could be wrong, because there's definitely a digital component to it. But no, because even when it's connected via USB like it is now, the volume knob still works. Okay, so where was I at? I was adding this. I was going back. Okay, I had added the quotes on that. I'm coming back over here to look at it again. And basically I'm saying, okay, everything before the as, just delete it. Boom, 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 boom. That's it. Okay. And we are going to need to be able to select by fingerprint, which means that we actually do need to bring credit card fingerprint out. Oh, whoops. That was actually supposed to be Diffner. So the reason for the $sign is just a signal that, hey, this is a value that can't be, this is a secret that's not allowed to be sent back to the client. So there's a number of things that we can and can't send back to the client. There are things that are considered to be sensitive, and there are things that are considered to be unreadable. And fingerprint it kind of straddles the two zones. I need to read back up on that section again. I did have some notes on it. I don't believe that fingerprint needs to be rendered unreadable. It just needs to be not public. Like the user should never see their credit card fingerprint. They should not be able to log in the application, list their payment methods, and see the credit card fingerprint. So it's sensitive, but it's not unreadable. The unreadable stuff at this time, we're going to let the gateway handle through their vault. I will build a vault later. I know how to do it. It's not complicated. It's just a layer of indirection. You know, you have your encryption key on, and I guess the thing is this, when you host the vault yourself, even though there's a layer of indirection between your application, if somebody gets into your infrastructure, they get into your vault, you know? So there is two pieces to that. The API access, that when you're using somebody else's vault, you can change your API token without rotating the encryption keys. And then you could rotate the encryption keys later. So you could discover that there was a break-in. You could immediately swap your API key, and then the vault on the other end is fine. And then the vault on the other end, the way that I'm designing it, which is not the way that Stripe is designed, because Stripe is designed a little bit less secure than than how I intend to do it, but that's the way it is when you give away everything to a third party. But there's some sort of compromise, which would be you retrieve the card from the vault. So the vault has the encrypted card. You retrieve it, decrypt it, and then send it back for processing. So you could have a very isolated system. You think of like a Lambda function, for example. But I don't advocate Lambda functions, but conceptually, you can have an isolated container that runs execution that just performs that task, and it's not possible for you to accidentally get that information in the rest of your code base. And that's part of what this is designed to be, is something that can be isolated away from the rest of your code base. But anyway, so we need to be able to select by card fingerprint. We're going to select from this view, and then ID and priority, customer ID. So we're going to order by customer ID and by priority. And that's already being ordered by that in the other, in the view, so it should be fine. But this is what this looks like. And really, it's from the view of the authenticator system, but it's also from the view, in this particular instance, it's specific to the credit card, because the credit card is a unique case. All right. So what do? We got customer ID, we got authenticator priority. All right, so from that, now we have the information that we need to iterate over this. So let me go ahead and recreate the view. Okay, cannot change the name of. So I don't know why it does this on a create or replace of a view, but you have to drop the view and then recreate the view under certain circumstances. I guess if you add, then the create or replace can do it more efficiently or something. All right, so network last for, okay, we already got that. We just need, so we need to kill it, restart it. I'm going to recreate the error by doing that again. Okay, and so then we get the error again, and then this time we should see more information in here. So one of the things I'm doing here, I've talked about this in the other streams of this, you'll see fingerprint here. it's a wrapped object, so this is actually encrypted. The object that's inside of it, which doesn't mean much in JavaScript because of the way the garbage collection works. I mean, it means something, but it's just not. It's not like what it would mean in. I mean, even in Go, where you get more control over the garbage collection using blocks, or I guess not control as much as hinting. But anyway, but yeah, so the value is actually encrypted until you call peak, and then you get the value back, and then you can do something you need with it. So CVC, so you can see here, this is my purpose with it, is that when it gets logged out, you don't see the value. When it gets logged out, all you see is the functions, which is kind of annoying. I kind of would like, when it gets logged out, what I would like to have happen, and if you do JSON.stringify, this is what happens, but what I wanted to have happen when it gets logged out is for the toString function to be called. I actually wonder if there is something like that. Okay. Let me look that up real quick. Let's see. In Node.js, console.log will enumerate the object. Is there something like to JSON or to string, but to cause console.log to change the logged representation of the object? Okay. I'm going to try that. I want to try that out real quick, because that's what I want to have happen. Let's see if this actually works. We'll go into here, and where we have the toString function, we'll do sensitive. Whoops. Copy. I'll just do the same thing here. All right, and then let's go ahead and okay, let's just try that again then and see what happens when we do it. Because I would... Wrong screen. Just hitting up on random screens. Okay, something went weird. Well, let's see if we can figure out what went weird there. 444. Oh yeah, that should have been gone
ages ago. That was just a little dangler that somehow got left behind. Yeah, that yeah, that was just a little oopsie. Okay, so let's try this again then. So we're just gonna run this. All right, great. That mostly worked. Okay, no, that was right. Okay, so these are values. So this is the way that I did. This is excellent. This is exactly what I wanted. So the card holder is a sensitive value, so it start out. And the pan is an unreadable value, so it is hashed out. And so this way you can look at it and you can see the level of sensitivity of the thing. So sensitive values are stars, unreadable values are hashes. And then everything else is considered to be public. The fingerprint's in a gray area, so I just have it unreadable. I mean, there's not like any detriment to having it encrypted in memory until the point of use. So anyway. I mean, one could argue that these are sensitive as well. So I do want to define eventually I want to define everything to be in this way. I would probably I might go the other way around. I might do the pounds for sensitive data and the stars for the other data. Just from the perspective that, well, I don't know. I guess this is fine. But I also might mask phone numbers and email addresses just the way that they would be masked to the user, because we got to have that function anyway. So that's something I've been thinking about. But yeah, now that looks the way that I've wanted it to look. Interesting. I could also, yeah, we could put the quotes around it or whatever. Okay, that's cool. I really, really like that. I'm glad that I looked that up, because that does a better job. And in logs, this is way more useful to look at it this way than the way that we were looking at it before. So, but yeah, this one typically I would be showing the last 4 on potentially. But yeah, that's the idea there. Okay, so now next thing. So here are our auth-Cs, our authenticators, and we just have one. And I'm not seeing what I was expecting to see. Oh, you know why? Because I didn't regenerate I didn't redo the code gen. What? I'm a little confused by this. This does not make sense to me. Okay. So I needed to quote it as an identifier. Probably. Okay. So we generate the TypeScript. Then we decompile the TypeScript to JavaScript. Then we decompile the ECMAScript to JavaScript. I guess I could have called that ECMAScript instead. Okay, there we go. And now we're done. Now I'll do a little kill all. Oh, whoops. There we go. So then again, run this here. And then now we should see much better stuff. Duplicate key violates constraint. That's interesting. So something went wrong. So if I select this, where I got something wrong. Okay, that works as I expected. So what did I get wrong in my query? It was probably actually in the SQL queries off credit card finger. Oh, I wonder if it's because of the name. It probably is because of the name. Because in the next layer up, the name was fingerprint. And so that, I think that would have just gotten translated into null. Which, of course, would have never been equal to anything. So now, I need to update my query. Yeah, this one right here. So this way, we only at the most inner point of the program that most developers are never going to interact with, do we unlock the encrypted value to do the search in the database. And remember, this is safe from the perspective of it's safe from timing attacks because this is a hashed value, not something that the user gives in for a query param. So just to nip that one in the bud while we're looking at it. Okay, so let me clear that out again. Run this one again. All right. And here we are. This is exactly what I was looking for. And we may... So my idea is that in the model is where we're going to control the visibility. There's two areas where we need to control the visibility, which is right on the edge of the view as the data is coming in from the API. That the API being the view. And then right at the edge of the model where it's going to the database and from the database. So the idea here is that as a developer uses this, if they accidentally send the object via JSON to the customer on the other end, the only information that they get would be the lengths of things. So that's the idea, is that there's going to be a middleware that handles the sensitivity coming in, and there's going to be a model, essentially a model middleware that handles the sensitivity between the database, and the developer is free to work in that space in between and not have to worry about, oh no, am I PCI compliant? Oh, I did this, I did that. Don't call the PCI unwrap functions and you do whatever you want. And you should have all the data that you need. And anywhere that the queries that need the PCI data will be specific. So there's going to be, it should be very easy to use those functions and not worry about those data issues. Anyway, so I wanted to see host credit card token. I wonder if there's a way to turn off the camel casing of all this, because these are objects that ultimately many of them are going to go through the API, and I don't... Underscore is the way for APIs. Okay. So anyway, we got that. We should see this same one ending in 9.3 is the authenticator value. Great. So this means we can now match the credit card to the authenticator. So So that's what we want to do here is we want to say, okay, let CC token ID equals, and then whatever that was. And we only really need this one time, but it's a difference of we're going to return duplicate information a few times versus making another query. So in this case, just let there be duplicate information. It's not that big of a deal. If it was a big list, then we would make 2 queries because we don't want to be returning. There's, I think, 3 pieces of information: card network, card last 4, customer ID, customer handle. So this information is the unique information that we really need. And this is information that's duplicate, but that's useful. And we might, you know, trim some of that out or whatever. But in this particular case, we're going to have the duplicate information so that we get it at least once. But the way the data is formatted is intended for this right here. So, any questions? All right, so we're going to look for authenticator value. And part of me wants to make the authenticator ID the same as the card. I don't know. I don't really want to share that, actually. So here we go. For let auth_c of authenticator of authenticators. If, well, let's see, let is CC auth_c to CC token UUID. So if they're returning, they've used their credit card before and they're returning I don't know. This is actually not useful for that scenario, but it's something that I want to have somewhere, and I'll move it over to the correct place later. Because really, in this case, yeah, we also need verification status. I don't think I have that in here, but we do need to know authenticator verified. Let me go take a peek at that real quick. Yeah, okay, we got verified at in there. Wait, is that not showing up here? Or is it? Oh, it's just null. Yeah, it's there. Okay. All right. Oh, actually, we... Oh. Okay, there might be something else here. Actually, I think I do need to move this inside of here. So we're only going to allow one of that, right? Let me think about this for a second. Okay, so there only should be one. Let me take a look at this. There only should be one customer where the customer's card token is equal to their authenticator value. That should only be true for one customer. If that's different, then we have a sanity fail. And that's the kind of error that we don't want to take lightly, because that's a fundamental issue. So this would be what I would call a sanity fail. That's what I do call a sanity fail. So sanity fails are assumptions that we make that we live with, that if there is a sanity failure, then there's either something wrong with the universe. Like, for example, if you call crypto.random and it throws an error, that would be a sanity fail. If we've run out of entropy in the universe, that's a sanity fail. And likewise, if we end up with two customers that have the same ID, that's a sanity fail, because the constraints should be in place to check that. So that's why I call them sanity fails. So from here, if we have this, and by the way, whenever there's a 500 message, those do not go out to the user. That's one of my rules for 500s is we don't know what a 500 will expose, so we don't expose 500s to the user. That said, when we create 500s, we try to figure that out. But 500 means don't display this to the user. The user needs to see a very generic message, and this should trigger a support ticket ultimately. We're not there right now. So the way that this can work is just like many business apps you've used. You can have a business card associated with multiple accounts, but there can only be one primary card holder. That's basically the check that I'm doing right now, is if we have two people listed as a primary card holder, we've had a major fail in business constraints. So and if we just get a credit card used,
this prevents ambiguity as well. So if a credit card is used for a guest checkout, it's going to end up in the primary owner's notifications, right? So if we've got a system where a credit card, you know, like think of Best Buy, for example, you can have an account with Best Buy, but you can still do a guest checkout. And this ensures that if you do a guest checkout, the checkout is still logged somewhere, and where it should be logged is in fact the primary card holder. And I got to think through this a little bit more, because with Best Buy, for example, you put in an email address and it will use the email address to do that association, which that is still possible to do here. But I'm playing with the idea, and what I'm experimenting with is that you can have a guest checkout without any other information other than the credit card. Now, obviously, there's a lot of reasons that doesn't work in the real world, but I'm playing with it here. I'll tease it out into something real later. You see, I fixed the orange. Maybe the thing is, it's daytime. So when it gets to be night and it's just these lights, I will appear more orange. If I don't change this. Okay, so I've got the customer. We got all right. So we got okay, so we are going to keep our customer ID, right? See what we're looking at here. We're looking at customer ID, customer handle. Oh.
Okay, good. Null cannot be used as an index type. Are we saying that customer ID can be null? I guess that's true. It can be null. I don't think it should be able to be null. Let me go look at the constraints again. I think that's going to be in the view. I probably have a left join where I shouldn't. And the reason for that left join is because yeah. There we go. So that's my problem. That's why it's coming up as the wrong type. So really, all of these things if there's a credit card in the system, there's a customer associated with that credit card, but not, let's see. Do all customers have authenticators? Okay, I think that these don't need to be left joins. The reason for that being that in order to create the customer, I have the customer creation in a transaction where all of these are guaranteed to happen. So let's rerun the type generation with the updated query. We don't actually need to recreate the view because the behavior of the view doesn't actually change. We would eventually need to recreate the view, but when going to production, for example. But there we go. Okay. A little bit longer than I'd like to wait, but man, what do you do? I'll have to do some sort of git magic in the future so that it just updates files that have changed since the last commit, and then make a git hook so that it runs before each commit. Okay. Okay, so now if we give it a second to update the types, I have to go. It's time for me to go. So I am going to go. I was just looking at the time and I realized I've got somewhere to be at 6:30. I need to go get ready. But look, now we're not getting that problem. And let's see, even if I take that away. Okay, if I take that away, we do get that problem. If I add it back, problem goes away. So this is something I'm learning how to do a little bit better, is that you can take the type of something as it exists in order to not have to do the return type gymnastics. You can actually just take something that exists. We know that there's a length to this. This is one of the things that TypeScript and Zig really get right. Or not TypeScript itself, but the TypeScript checker. Anyway, so I'm satisfied with where this is going. I might do a little bit of work on this at the meetup. But we're headed in the right direction. I thought today was going to be a little bit more velocity. Oh, I said that word. Oh, I threw up a little in my mouth just now. Velocity. Am I right? Anyway, but in all seriousness, I was hoping for more measurable, or the feeling of more progress than what I have about this. But still, I'm glad with what we got.
I'll be back tonight and we'll continue. And the goal is going to be to kind of just work through this, the different cases of what can and can't exist. When there's a returning checkout, what do we need to do? And hopefully, fingers crossed, we're actually going to make a payment through the sandbox. Or we're going to add a card through the sandbox. So that's the goal, that if we submit a checkout with the credit card information and the credit card information is valid, it counts. I don't know how Best Buy and other sites do it. In regards to dealing with bots and people who have credit card lists that they're just trying to get through, but we're going to employ some measures so that hopefully we can have convenience without sacrificing security. With that said, I'm out. Y'all have a good one. Oh, I snapped too early. Let me try again. See you later. Adios.